Senate will come back to order. Senate will come back to order. Senator from the 45th, be on standby. Recognize the senator from the 45th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 502 as amended by Amendment 1.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 502 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to general authority, duties, and procedure of the Department of Administrative Services so as to prohibit state agencies from contracting for the advertising or marketing services with other certain companies or from supporting certain companies and for other purposes. The House offers the following.
Just read down to that.
The House offers the following amendment to Senate Bill 502. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to state government so as to regulate and provide for certain activities by state government and for other purposes.
Senator Dixon offers amendment number 1.
Senator Dixon offers amendment number 1 to amend the House substitute to Senate Bill 502 by replacing line 86 with the following monitor, or by replacing line 90 with the following a contract for advertising or marketing services, by replacing line 96 with the following nothing in this code section shall prevent an agency from contracting services, by replacing line 99 with the following advertisements placed by an agency and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator, I tell you what, you got some complicated issues you try to tackle. You know that? I recognize the senator from the 45th here. My goodness, he's such a quiet guy, too.
Call this to order and choose the first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this bill has become quite complicated. Senate colleagues, if you remember when we first passed this bill out of this body, when it headed over to the House, it had to do with media monitoring services or media reliability, dealing with any agencies that the state contracts with advertising, that they wouldn't use companies that use blacklists that divert the messaging that gets out, that we want to make sure that all Georgians hear whatever messaging comes out of the state of Georgia. Some of the additions were that the state of Georgia would not contract with companies that were majority owned by the Chinese government, dealing with our technology, buying computers, laptops, or printers. That was an addition to it as well. As far as the amendment, we that I've got that I've offered, that deals with the front part of the bill because of any existing contracts that the state may have. This would allow them to continue with that contract where they would not have to renegotiate any of those contracts. A couple of the additions from the House was that Community of Health, they would be able to have their meetings via Zoom or remotely. And then the last one had to do with a natural gas distributors. This will help rural Georgia expand those gas systems and being able to finance those gas systems. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
See any other senator that wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. We will have on SB 502, the senator has asked that we agree to the House substitute as amended. All those in favor of the motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 33rd, for what purpose do you rise?
Yes, sir. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 38th and 42nd for business inside the Capitol.
All right, well, they will do that for the next vote. It already started on that vote. So 38th and 42nd, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. On the motion, the yeas are 34, the nays are 12, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 48th for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to remove my name as the primary author of SB 512 pursuant to Senate Rule 3-1.1A. The senator from the 18th will now serve as the primary author.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 512, a bill by a senator still of the 48th and others, a bill to be done and act to amend Chapter 21 of Title 15 of the OCGA relating to payment and disposition of fines and forfeitures, so as to create the Victims of Human Trafficking Fund and the Victims of Human Trafficking Fund Commission and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Without objection, your motion is granted. Recognize the senator from the 29th For a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to take HB 977 from the table.
Senators ask that House Bill 977 be taken from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 977, a bill by Representative LaHood of the 175th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the OCGA relating to primaries and elections generally, so as to expand the number of contests subject to risk-limiting audits and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Ethics recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 23rd District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Ethics offers the following substitute to House Bill 977, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 212540 of the OCGA relating to conduct of special primaries and special elections generally, so as to revise provisions relating to dates for certain special elections related to sales and use taxes and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 29th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends and colleagues, we've already voted this legislation out of this chamber once. It's gone through a couple of committee hearings and has been positive, and it's really simple. All this does is require local governments, when they decide to place special tax referendums out there, that they do it during normal election cycles, that they try not to do it, or that we prevent them from doing it during the summer when they know the voter turnout is going to be extremely low, and they're trying to get a small number to tax the entire population of a municipality or a county. So very simple legislation. It describes in there when they will be held, and these tax referendums would be held during normal election times throughout the years. It does not prevent them from applying for SPLOST, LOST, and some of the other taxes that they tend to fall in love with. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your support in this legislation. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the motion, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1073 be removed from the table.
Senators move that House Bill 1073 be taken from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1073, a bill by Representative Washburn of the 144th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3666-4 of the OCGA relating to hearings on proposed zoning decisions, notice of hearing, non-governmental initiated actions, reconsideration of defeated actions, and procedure on zoning, so as to repeal additional hearing on and notice provisions regarding halfway houses and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Slogo General recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Gann of the 47th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Slogo General offers the following substitute to House Bill 1073, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3666-4 of the OCGA relating to hearings on proposed zoning decisions and further purposes. Additionally, Senator Dixon of the 45th and others offer the following Amendment 1 to amend the substitute to House Bill 1073 by inserting following dependency on line 5, the following, to amend Chapter 60 and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator Beach of the 21st and others offer the following amendment to amend the substitute to House Bill 1073 on line 1 by inserting the following, to the following, amend Chapter 3 of Title 3 of the OCGA relating to regulation of alcoholic beverages generally, so as to provide for Sunday sales of alcoholic beverages and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 32nd. Speak to the measure. Senator from 56, what purpose do you rise?
I'd ask unanimous consent to excuse Senator from the 19th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, senator from the 19th is excused.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is very straightforward. It has to do with halfway houses, recovery residences, and what has happened is that the residents of those types of centers are now protected class under the Fair Housing Law, and this bill simply brings state law in compliance with federal law. No existing local zoning ordinances are impacted by the bill. I understand there are a couple of amendments, and I don't have any opposition to either one. Be happy to answer any questions.
You do have one question, Senator. Senator from the 44th, do you have a question?
No.
Okay. I'll get to you in a second. I think I know what you want.
Thank you. I yield.
No questions, Senator. We've got a couple of amendments. Secretary, read the amendments. You've read them? Oh. Recognize the senator from the 45th to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 1, what it simply does is we've got some local municipalities in Metro Atlanta that are trying to impose their will on some of the large convenience store operators dealing with their surveillance cameras, requiring them, changing the requirements, and also my understanding that they're, like in DeKalb County, they're only allowing to use one vendor. I worked for a large gas retailer many years ago, and their surveillance systems are very state-of-the-art. This is just an imposition of will from local governments, and would ask for your favorable consideration. This would just remove that requirement and not allow local governments to do that. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield well.
Recognize the senator from the 21st to speak to this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment simply allows Underground Atlanta to qualify as a special entertainment district, which they qualified 40 years ago. And this amendment simply allows Atlanta to continue to qualify as a special entertainment district. The bill was passed through committee in the House and Senate, then an amendment was added to it, and it got held up in rules. It also addresses Sunday sales for underground Atlanta, which is currently not happening. So I would ask for your favorable consideration to this amendment. Thank you. I will yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We have two amendments, one authored by the senator from the 45th and the second one by the senator from the 21st. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator, would you like to close debate on either one of the amendments? Okay. All right. So the question is on Amendment 1, from the senator from the 45th. Is there objection to Amendment 1? There is objection. We do have objection to Amendment 1. Would you like to speak to your objection? Just wave. Like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick with our objection to Amendment 1. DeKalb County has imposed on some of these establishments the location of surveillance cameras in an effort to fight crime. I know of several residents in the DeKalb County community that have been victims of crime, particularly at some of these service stations that are open pretty much around the clock. And I would hope that this body would not try and overrule the rule of the people in DeKalb County or any of these other counties that wish to kind of impose some of the safety regulations and look out for the public's welfare just by having surveillance equipment. Cameras have gotten relatively inexpensive. It's not a big deal. It's not a huge expense for those businesses to have these kind of surveillance equipment on their site. And with that, Mr. President, I yield unless there's a question.
You do have one question, Senator. Senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
Absolutely. Thank you,
there's one large gas retailer in DeKalb County, and the imposing of using, and they're only allowing one vendor as far as the camera system, so they'll force them to use one vendor for these cameras, and it's going to cost them somewhere between $10 and $12 million to comply. And they've got some of the most state-of-the-art cameras in the industry.
Senator, my objection is not to for them using one vendor. I'm sure that's an objection that the county can address. My concern is what's written in your Amendment 1 that basically says they can't impose that kind of restriction on any of the retail facilities. And there are some really bad service stations in bad communities in DeKalb County.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Thank you, Senator. All right, the question is on Amendment number 1, where the senator from the 15th and the 10th asks to object to Amendment number 1. So we're gonna vote on Amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 45th. All those in favor of Amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 32, the nays are 21, and Amendment 1 is adopted. Question is on Amendment number 2. Amendment number 2, authored by the senator from the 21st. Is there objection? There is objection. I didn't see who objected. Who? Okay. Objection by the senator from the 31st. So we're just going to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of amendment number 2. Oh, senator from the 51st, for what purpose you rise?
Isn't it true there could be a page 2 amendment that's not on our desk? 2 pages for this amendment? We have 1 page on amendment 2. I was told there's a second. So if you look at the back of ours, it's blank. Thank you.
Well, hold on 1 second, Senator. Senator from 31st, for what purpose you rise?
Mr. President, I guess contingent on if there is a page 2, I'll withdraw the objection. Is there a page 2 or not?
There's a back
So,
of the page.
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my objection to the amendment.
Okay. Senator's moved to withdraw his objection. All right, Senator from the 31st has withdrawn his objection. Is there any other person that would like to object to amendment number 2? If there are no objections, then amendment number 2 is adopted. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor will vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 42, the nays are 12, and this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 46. Senator, I gotta get a motion from you first, Senator. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the Senate agree to House Bill 300.
Senators ask that the Senate agree to House Bill 300. Thanks a motion to remove from the table.
Let me get it off the table so we can do that. Let me move to remove House Bill 300 from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 300, a bill by Representative Kelly of the 16th and others, a bill to be entitled an Act to Amend Part 4 of Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 46 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to solar power free market financing so as to provide for the establishment of the Solar Technology Trust Fund as a fund within the state treasury, to impose a fee on the retail sale of new solar technology, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert of the 46th District Chairman of the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitute to HB 300, a bill to be entitled an Act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3 of Title 46 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to generation and distribution of electricity generally, so as to provide for required provisions in solar power facility agreements, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 46. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry to get impatient there, ready to go, but we got a lot of bills to go and not many hours to get there. This is a bill about decommissioning these solar facilities on people's farmland. Everybody's concerned now what's going to happen when the leases expire and they've got all those solar panels out in the farmland, and this requires an agreement by the company installing those to remove them and restore the land to its natural state as it was before they were installed upon the expiration of the lease. It does have a small change from us that allows the parties to waive that requirement if they choose to, but otherwise it's the same as what came to us from the House. Happy to answer any questions or be glad to leave the well, and let's vote this out.
You have no questions, Senator?
Thank you. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question to be being ordered? Chair hears none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. We have a very special guest here today. Our senator from the 5th District has his 95-year-old mother here today from India, Bangladesh, excuse me. He's got his daughter and wife and sister and everybody else, but we're just making a special consideration for his 95-year-old mother here today. So great to have you here today. Great to have you here. Good to have you and safe travels. Hope to see you here in a few years. We'll celebrate the big one with you. So, all right. What we got? Recognize the senator from the 8th for a special motion.
Mr. President, I'd like to request that House Bill 1292 be flung from the table.
The man from Lowndes County has asked that House Bill 1292 be taken off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1292, a bill by Representative McCoy of the 102nd and others, a bill to be found an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 44 of the OCGA relating to recoordination and registration of deeds and other instruments, so as to require that the clerks of the Superior Courts obtain photographic identification cards of individuals who present deeds or other instruments for recording and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 1292. A bill to be taught an act to amend Titles 44 and 45 of the OCGA relating to property and public officers and employees, respectively, so as to require that the real estate documents presented by self-filers be recorded using electronic filing and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make this quick because I know every minute that I'm in the well, I'm helping kill somebody else's bill. Y'all remember SB 454 that we passed out of Senate Judiciary unanimously? Well, it didn't make it over on crossover day. We were on the rules calendar. This is basically that same bill. It's now passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee twice and the House Judiciary Committee unanimously. So it addresses land fraud. And if you remember, this is the bill that I said keep folks from stealing grandma's land. Be glad to take any questions, Mr. President. If not, I yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 2. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize Senator from the 50th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we insist on the Senate amendment to House substitute to Senate Bill 479.
Okay. Senators move that we insist on Senate Bill 479. Secretary, read the caption.
The Senate offers the following amendment to amend the House substitute to Senate Bill 479 by striking lines 1 through 378 and inserting in lieu thereof the following. To amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 of Title 15 of the OCGA relating to general provisions concerning superior courts, so as to modify provisions regarding the compensation received by superior court judges and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Have objection. Would you like to speak to it, or you just? Okay. All right, we have objection. The senator from the 50th has moved that we insist on, the Senate insists on SB 479. Would you like to speak on this, Senator?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Isn't this the piece of legislation that started out catalytic converters, then had bingo, then had judges? It was in the late hours of the last legislative day. Is that not correct?
I think so. I think you're right on that, Senator.
And Mr. President, what changes has the House possibly made to this fruitcake?
You know, I don't know, Senator. That's why the senator from the 50, I guess, it says he will speak on behalf of it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator from the 53rd is correct. This is the piece of legislation we passed late the other day. We passed it in conjunction with the constitutional amendment that a majority of this chamber believes that it is needed in order to control local supplements, to level the playing field across the state of Georgia with superior court judges, so that some judges aren't paid an enormous amount above other judges, particularly in rural areas. This allows state officials, which are superior court judges, to be paid with state monies, and it limits the local supplements, which I personally believe is an issue in the state of Georgia. So I've insisted here. I know my friend from the 19th is likely going to insist on the constitutional amendment that will probably be next. But I ask that you stick with me. Let's insist on this and get it done. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Senator from the 47th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
The Can we excuse the senator from the 48th?
Without objection, the senator from 48 is excused. All right, so the senator has moved that we insist on the, hold that thought. Senator from 53rd, would you like to state your reasonings?
No, I just like yeas and nays, Mr. President.
Senator from the 50th, recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another reason why we are going to miss my dear friend, Secretary. The proper motion at this time is to disagree with the House. I'm ready to insist, but we're going to disagree right now and see if we can get them in the right lane here. So I move we disagree. Thank you.
Sounds good. All those in favor of the senator from the 50s motion, because I assume that the 53rd still would like to object, even though the wording's a little different. So we'll assume that, and we'll put it on the board. All those in favor of the senator from the 50s motion to disagree will vote yay. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to disagree to the House amendment to the Senate amendment to the House substitute, the yeas are 47, the nays are 4, and his amendment has prevailed. Bring it down to the Senator from the 19th.
Hey, thank you, Mr. President. In tandem with the Senator from the 50th motion, I move that the Senate disagree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to H.R. 1042.
All right. Secretary, read the caption. Senator from the 14th, do you have a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, Mr. President. I would ask unanimous consent that we excuse the Senator from the 6th.
Without objection, Senator from the 6th is excused.
House Resolution 1042, a resolution by Representative Liver of the 123rd and others, a resolution creating the Joint Study Committee on Judicial System Compensation and for other purposes. The House offers the following amendment to amend the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1042 as amended by striking lines 1 through the end and inserting in lieu thereof the following: creating the Joint Study Committee on Judicial System Compensation and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The Senator has moved that the Senate disagree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to H.R. 1042. Is there objection? Without objection, motion prevails. Recognize the Senator from the 25th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate disinter House Bill 409 from the table, please.
The Senator's moved that House Bill 409 be taken from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 409, a bill by Representative Daniel of the 117th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to general provisions applicable to counties, municipal corporations, and other governmental entities, so as to authorize local authorities to dispose of real property in the same manner as county governing authorities and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill 409, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 5 of Article 22 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 and Title 40 of the OCGA relating to school buses for elementary and secondary education and motor vehicles and traffic, respectively, and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator Dixon of the 45th offers Amendment 1 to amend the Senate Committee on Education and Youth substitute to House Bill 409 by replacing lines 1 and 2 with to amend Titles 20 and 40 of the OCGA relating to education and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the Senator from the 25th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is named Addis Law. This bill is in response to an 8-year-old little girl that was killed when she was going to get on a school bus one morning. This encourages local school systems to pick up children on the right-hand side of the road where speed limit is over 40 miles an hour on that area, on that road. Also, it increases the fine of people who pass school buses from $250 to $1,000, and it makes it a crime of higher and aggravated misdemeanor. This also sends information to the insurance carrier of the owner of the vehicle that the people are running past school buses. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Senator, you have no questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your favorable consideration on this bill. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 45th to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment has clarifying language related to our state charter schools and their ability to utilize staff resources and personnel for education service providers to provide employee benefits to those teachers. I'm a strong proponent of school choice, and this language will be helpful to ensure that governing boards of state charter schools retain the ability to hire and fire personnel that work at these schools and retain overall operational responsibility. I'll be happy to answer any questions, or I'll yield the well, Mr. President.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. The posture we're in is on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 45th. Amendment number 1. Is there objection? Amendment number 1. Hearing no objection, amendment number 1 is added. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted as amended. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. What the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Recognize the senator from the 41st. What purpose you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator for the 22nd.
Without objection, the senator from the 22nd is excused. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 46th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 83. Hope we got it right this time, Mr. President.
All right. You never know, Senator. Senator has moved that the Senate agree to House substitute on Senate Bill 83. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 83, a bill by Senator Jackson of the 41st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 5 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to stalking, so as to revise the eligibility for restraining orders and further purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 83, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 8 of Chapter 11 of Title 9 of the OCGA relating to provisional and final remedies and special proceedings under the Georgia Civil Practice Act, so as to revise and provide clarity regarding acceptance of settlement offers involving motor vehicles for personal injury and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 46th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I want to thank the senator from the 41st. This bill is no longer about stalking. She was willing to allow the House to use hers as a compromise, a vehicle for a compromise that, y'all listen to this, you may not believe it. The Georgia trial lawyers and the insurance industry have reached a compromise on a case. It is endorsed by leadership on both sides. This deals with settlement of claims, and it is to give insurance companies a fair opportunity to settle claims early in the process. And it works by stopping these gotcha demands that have all kind of little technicalities to them and defines the material terms. How much is a settlement going to be for? Is that all the insurance that's available? Gives them at least 30 days to respond, and defines how to go about this in an efficient, fast manner so we can settle our claims in a fair way to both sides. Just an interesting little story. I was local counsel on a case where there was about a 12-page settlement demand. The insurance company tried to accept the offer, paid their full settlement limits, and they made a couple of little tiny technical mistakes. And I'm not making this up. They didn't have a comma between the law firm name and LLC. On the check, it said must be cashed within 180 days, like every check in the world. And it was paid early. The demand said pay it in 15 days. They paid it on day 12. And the plaintiff's attorney said, nope, you didn't completely comply with the terms of my deal. That case went to the Court of Appeals, and they upheld the plaintiff's lawyer's argument that it wasn't a valid settlement. That's the extent some of these gotcha settlements have gotten to, and both sides now agree this is not helpful to settling claims, so they redefined material terms, just the important matters, and said you got to settle them within 30 days and an additional 10 days to get the money. It's going to be good for everybody, for claimants and for insurance companies, and kumbaya. I'd love to have your support for this bill as we have a cheerful compromise between the GTLA and the insurance industry. As I say, supported by leadership on both sides. Happy to answer any questions, but would strongly encourage your support for this bill.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I yield.
Senators, are not true that we live in a material world and this is a material bill? Oh, yeah?
That's what Madonna would say.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. I yield the will.
All right. Any other senators wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. On the motion to agree to the House substitute at SB 83, all those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 1, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the Rules Chairman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has been throwing some trash over here, but they finally threw me a good one, and I move that the Senate agree to the House amendment to Senate substitute to HB 1122.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1122, a bill by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to secondary and elementary education so as to provide for funding requirements to apply to local education agencies, to provide for one superintendent for each state charter school and for the purposes. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. The House offers the following amendment to amend House Bill 1122 by replacing line 12 with the following. Matters to provide for effective dates, to repeal conflicting laws, and for the purposes, by replacing line 86 with the following. 1. Each state charter school shall earn for any number of full-time equivalent students over 1,000 and for the purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 28th, the pride of Noonan, Georgia.
I don't know if I'm the pride of Noonan, Georgia, Mr. President, but I am certainly proud of my hometown. Ladies and gentlemen, this is HB 1122, and it is the charter school parity bill when it comes to staffing and the changes that were made over in the House. First thing they did was change funding date to the school year of 25 and 26 for principals and superintendents. And the second one, it actually limits the superintendent funding to systems with more than 1,000 students. So I actually agree with these changes and urge for your favorable support. I yield the will.
Senators yielded. Hap Hines really is the pride of Noonan, Georgia, actually. Well, he's in Noonan now. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. The senator from the 28th has moved that the Senate agree to the substitute to the House Bill 1122. All those in favor of the motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 35, the nays are 19. And this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 8th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 340.
Senators move that The Senate agreed to House Substitute SB 340. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 340, a bill by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes so as to exempt sales of firearm safes and firearm safety devices and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 340, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883.3 of the OCGA relating to exemptions for agricultural operations, establishment of Georgia Agricultural Trust Fund, audits, and annual report so as to exempt the sale or use of diesel exhaust fluid and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All right. The pride of Lowndes County. Senator from the 8th. Recognize him.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is really just clarifying language. When the GATE program was first enacted, tax exemption for agricultural inputs and diesel fuel and things like that, there was no Tier 4 engines emission standards. That is something that came down from the federal level, and we started having to use diesel exhaust fluid. And I could go into a long dissertation what I think about that, but basically where you put the fuel in there's an opening that you put in the diesel exhaust fluid. And all this does, Department of Revenue and Department of Agriculture supported. It's just clarifying that it is indeed energy, which is already in code section, and you cannot run these engines without diesel exhaust fluid. And if no one has any questions, I'll yield the will. I urge your favorable consideration.
You have no questions, Senator.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Question is on Senator from the 8th motion to agree to House substitute on SB 340. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the motion, the yeas are 42, the nays are 10, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 50th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 493.
Senators move that the Senate agree to House substitute SB 493. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 493, a bill by Senator Hatchett of the 50th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 1 of Title 42 of the OCGA relating to the Sexual Offender Risk Review Board, so as to provide for additional penalties for registered sexual offenders convicted of photographing a minor without the consent of the minor's parent or guardian and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 493, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 1 of Title 42 of the OCGA relating to the Sexual Offender Risk Review Board, so as to provide for additional penalties to registered sexual offenders convicted of photographing a minor without the consent of a minor's parent or guardian and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 50th. Speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm bringing to you once again Senate Bill 493. What this bill seeks to do is to increase penalties for sex offenders who take photos of children without the parents' consent, and also prevents sex offenders from using drones to photograph anyone without their consent. This was a good bipartisan effort that we passed with an amendment a few weeks ago. Some minor changes were made in the House having to do with the cleanup language for the sex offender registry, and would appreciate your favorable consideration. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions, or if I don't have any, I'll yield the will.
You do have one question, Senator. I'm sorry. Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Yes, I do.
Senator, is it not true that this version protects the bipartisan work that we did in the Senate and all agreed on?
It does.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the will.
All right. Senators yielded. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hearing none. The motion is on agreeing to the House substitute on SB 493. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize Senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 322.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 322, a bill by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 16 of Title 47 of the OCGA relating to the Sheriff's Retirement Fund of Georgia, so as to provide for an increase in dues, to provide for an increase in the sum to be paid for purchasing prior service credit, and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 322. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 16 of Title 47 of the OCGA relating to the Sheriff's Retirement Fund of Georgia so as to provide for an increase in dues, to provide for an increase in the sum to be paid for purchasing prior service credit, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our sheriff's retirement bill that you all passed overwhelmingly earlier in the session. The House made some changes, which I will go over. I will also remind you while I'm looking at that the state does not fund this retirement plan. It's funded by dues that the sheriffs pay and by fees collected by the court. The House changed eliminated, we had asked for a new $2 fee for certain types of court service. The House took that out. We had asked for a $30,000 death benefit, which is currently $15,000. The House lowered that to $25,000, and then the House also, there was a section, the last section was about sheriffs that are convicted of a felony losing their retirement benefit, and we determined that might be an unconstitutional taking, so we struck Section 6. It's still a very good bill. I'd ask for your favorable support. The sheriffs want this. Thank you.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Question is on SB 322, the Senator from the 20th would like the Senate to agree to the House substitute. All those in favor will vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 48th for business inside the Capitol.
All right. Without objection, senator is excused. Recognize the senator from the 27th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 429 as amended by Amendment Number 2.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 429, a bill by Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others, a bill to be done an act to amend Titles 28, 31, and 50 of the OCGA relating to the General Assembly, Health, and State Government, respectively, so to provide for procedures and processes concerning the enactment of legislation and the adoption of rules and regulations and further purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 429, a bill to be done an act to amend Titles 28 and 50 of the OCGA relating to General Assembly and State Government, respectively, so as to provide for procedures and processes concerning the enactment of legislation and further purposes. Additionally, Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others offered the following Amendment 2 to amend the House substitute to Senate Bill 429 by replacing lines 1 through the end with following: to amend Titles 28 and 50 of the OCGA relating to the General Assembly and State Government, respectively, so to provide for procedures and processes concerning the enactment of legislation and further purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, please look at Amendment Number 2 on this bill, and I'll walk you through what we're doing here. Senate Bill 429 started as Lieutenant Governor's red tape rollback initiative. We sent it over to the House, and the House completely removed that language, even after it passed out of committee in a modified format. It had been completely stripped. So we are removing all of the language that came over from the House, and we're replacing it with the following provisions, and I'll walk you through what we're doing here. Under Section 1.2, we reinsert the language of the red tape rollback initiative that had passed the House committee. And that was not the same version that passed the Senate floor, but it is a modified version. And you probably remember some of these elements. I'll tell you what's in it and what's not in it. The number of employees from 100 to 300, that change remains. You may remember me talking about the small business impact analysis, which is akin to a fiscal note. That portion remains, as well as the reduced paperwork portion, which is Section 1-3. What is not in here that we passed was the zero-based rulemaking pieces that we had that applied to a number of agencies. And quite frankly, I think the elements that some members of the Senate had objection to have all been removed in this amendment. So we hope to get this back over to the House because that's what the House had agreed to as well. Section 2.2, which is on page 8, inserts the language that is Representative Saines's Praise Act that puts limitations around emergency orders as it relates to religious institutions and religious gatherings. Section 3.1, if you recall, we passed language out of here and the House passed it as well as it related to COVID that got rid of the requirements for businesses to place signs on the door. In the process of doing that, we actually realized that whole parts of that section had expired. So the key portion that we're doing here is on line 200, and we're essentially reinstating the COVID liability protections that we passed back in August, actually I believe it was July of 2020. And so that will allow the COVID protections to remain in place, but removes the sign provision. So those are the three sections of this. And Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions or yield the well.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 42nd.
Thank you. Mr. President, will the gentleman yield?
I do.
Senator, is it the case, this bill's changed a lot through two chambers and a number of rewrites. Is it the case that the most recent version, the language that we are stripping on this vote, is a wrongful compensation review panel to review claims of wrongful conviction with innocence as a requirement?
That's correct.
To remove sort of the subjective nature of how we do wrongful compensation conviction claims right now?
I believe it was to put a commission in place to look at that, yes.
All right. Thank you.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The motion is on Senate Bill 429, agreeing to the House substitute as amended by Amendment 2. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 31, the nays are 20, and this motion has prevailed. While our secretary is getting some little housekeeping work done on some of these bills that we have with all these House amendments that we have right now, we wanted to let the Senate stand at ease and take this opportunity to recognize a long-standing member of this body and the minority leader here in this chamber, Senator Gloria Butler here. We'd like to give her an opportunity to say a few things. Everybody give Senator a round of applause real quick. her longtime friend and colleague, Nan Orrock, I think has something for her here, and I'm going to let her present it. But Senator, it's been a pleasure working with you, as I've said on many occasions, and I hope you enjoy retirement, the grandkids, the great grandkids, and whatever else it is you want to do. So, Senator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it gives me a special pleasure today, although I must say it's a bittersweet moment when you see the departure of someone that's played such a critical role for so many years here and is so highly respected for all good reasons. But we wanted today recognize and commend Senator Gloria Butler for her outstanding public service. After 26 years, as you all have heard, Senator Gloria Butler is retiring. She was a trailblazer. She was the first black woman elected by her peers to lead either caucus in Senate caucus or the House caucus, and only the second woman to lead a party caucus in either chamber. That's right. That's applause. Her career was launched years and years and years ago in the county, the home that she loves in DeKalb. She began a political career by directing GOTV efforts on a congressional campaign. And many of you may not know she worked as a legislative assistant in the House of Representatives for some years, specializing in education, agriculture, and environmental policy. She's done international work. She was elected to the Senate in 1998. She has been a tireless advocate for health care reform, for women's rights, for minority rights, civil rights, and Georgia's public schools throughout her tenure. When you've been here that long and you've worked as solidly and as hard and as determinedly as Senator Butler has, there's much that can be said. I'm going to let her do most of the talking, I promise. But she has, the first year she got here, she got Freshman Legislator of the Year award. Do you know she reads every bill? Do you know she comes on the floor and she has a whole list of everything that's going on? And she didn't just start doing that. She didn't just start doing it when we elected her as our leader of our caucus. She's been doing that for 28 years. That's why she, within the caucus, advanced and advanced and advanced in the responsibility and the level of command and responsibility that the caucus gave to her. She'll worked as well as working here. She's worked nationally in numerous organizations and rose to leadership in those organizations as well. Too many to list before us today. She's raised a beautiful family that I've been privileged to come to know personally, all the way down to her great-grandchildren. And she taught her daughters the same sort of discipline, press on, determination, calmly proceed to do what needs to be done. Don't have to raise a lot of fuss about it, but get it done. That's who we're honoring today. A friend, we've lost track of how long we've known each other, because I knew her when she was working in Congress, before she ever thought about running for the Senate and before I was in the Senate. So join me today in bringing her to the dais, to the podium, to share some words of farewell. Some wonderful things have been said already in the past weeks as she prepares. This is her last day where she'll be voting at that machine back there, providing we have no more special sessions, right? We're all agreed on that. But please let me express my personal and professional appreciation and deeply caring for Senator Butler and her lifelong accomplishments and the gifts that she's brought to us here in the Senate for the last 26 years. Thank you. Can she bring her forward?
Thank you. I have to say good thank you to my good friend from the 36, Nan Orrock. We've become road dogs. We travel almost everywhere together in this state and out of this state, and still have plans to travel some more. I have to start out too by thanking my staff. My chief of staff, Ross Harris, he's probably hiding somewhere because he doesn't like praise. But he has been an awesome, awesome partner since I became leader. He didn't start out with me, but he's gonna end up with me. He's an awesome person that has worked diligently for me and for the members of this caucus. Anytime you ask him to get something done, he gets it done. The staff in the office this year, young people, very smart people, that has waited on me hand and foot. I didn't know I was getting a whole new family that act like my sons and daughters. As a matter of fact, it kind of remind me of my two daughters that every now and then have to battle over who's going to do what for me. I can remember when I had heart surgery, they were in the hospital tugging over a towel of who was going to take it and put it wherever they were trying to put it. And that's what's happened to me this legislative session in my office. Even those that weren't working for me got involved in working for me. Charlotte, you know I'm talking about you. So my two daughters alongside the wall, Leslie and Felicia, raise your hands so people can see you. I think that you have met them over the years. And my granddaughter in the red jacket has worked around here all session in the office and done an outstanding job. As Nan said, I have to pat myself on the back sometimes because I am so proud of what they have accomplished in their lives. They're both independent in their work and in their lives and in their children's lives. My great-grandson, Zion, which has paged several times, Jace, and Chloe. They've all grown up right here at the Capitol. They started out here when they were babies and have grown to what you see today. After you've been here for 26 years, you're bound to see some fruits of your labor. And I hope that you all will accomplish that as well. We have a new member of the family. I've forgotten her name because I just met her yesterday, but she's joined in and gotten involved in what we're doing here, and I'm happy to see that. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. But, Mr. President, thank you so much for allowing me to take this time to bid farewell. Thank you, my longtime friend from the 36th, for this resolution, and the members of my caucus, because I know you all had a hand in it. But the last 26 years, which I'm in the 26th now, has been an incredible experience. It has been an incredible journey. I never would have imagined when I first ran for office in 1998. And I have to tell you what made my mind up. My youngest daughter, Leslie, when there were people actually asking me if I was going to run for the office, and I thought, well, I don't know. It's a lot of work because I'd worked in the Congress and I knew what that was like. But I also thought if you can work there, you can work anywhere. So I asked her, what did she think about me running for the Senate? And she just so simply and calmly said, you have nothing to lose because you won't lose. And that's what made my mind up. And I was thinking, if she could have that kind of confidence in me, why didn't I have it in myself? And so we ran, we won, And of course, like they say, the rest is history. This body has afforded me opportunities that I never would have experienced over the years. I have been able to work with governors, lieutenant governors, business leaders, and even presidents of the United States. I've traveled all over in places I never would have had I not ran for office. I've been to some amazing places and done some amazing things because I got involved in women's organization, NCSL, NBCSL, and black women's organizations as well. And somehow, I always end up on the board. I always took on more work than I wanted to have. I said, well, how did this happen? And I think because I must have been working with both hands and getting things done. And that's what happened to you when you get involved and want to make a difference and want to see people thrive and be better than what they think they are. I've been blessed by the people that have come into my life, good, bad, or indifferent. You can learn something from each person that you meet. While the Senate has afforded me so many incredible opportunities, none of this would have been possible without the support of my family. They stood aside while I took off doing things that they had no interest in. But after I got interested, then they got interested and started to join in with me and experience those things that I experienced. Even my staff, but going back a little bit, Liz Flowers was an incredible mentor to me because she had been in this business, and I heard her say so many times, over 30 years. And she has recently retired, but my time with her was awesome. Even the lieutenant governors, I've had the privilege of having 4 lieutenant governors: Mark Taylor, Casey Cagle, Jeff Duncan, and now my good friend, Burt Jones. Many of you probably don't know that Burt and I were friends a long time ago when he was a senator. We always had our special conversations because I always sat on the back row because I'm number 55. I started out on this side of the chamber. I end up in the front, in the middle. I have sat all over this chamber. I've seen so many changes and so many people come and go. But the lieutenant governor and I would always have our special conversations because once he passed that poll, he would stop and talk to me. I remember once he, and I've told this story before, he was passing by and threw some trash in my trash basket. And I stopped him and I said, "You can't use my trash basket unless you pay." And he said, "Well, how much is it?" I said, $10. And he gave me $10. I actually kept it for a long time. And I don't ever remember spending it, but I think I probably moved it forward and gave it to somebody else so that they can enjoy the fruits of my labor. This has been the most remarkable experience of my life. I am so grateful for the opportunity that I've had here to work with you all, because we all came here for the same reason: to make Georgia a better place, to make this country a better place. While there is significant and serious disagreement in this chamber, we still manage somehow to come back together, and especially when we get a unanimous vote. We all feel good about it. We don't go running around to each other talking about how good we feel. But I know when we look at the board and we see 56 votes or 55 or however many of us are here, we feel good about that. We believe that we have the power to make this state a better place, and that's what we work towards each day. And for 40 days each year, we work together to fix problems in this state, and I so much appreciate that. We don't always succeed, but we keep trying. That's why we keep coming back here each year. And when I think about the 26 years that I have been fortunate enough to wake up each day, leaving my house to come here to do the work for the people, no matter the odds, we keep and we continue to try to make Georgia a good place. That's the most important thing about public service, is that we try to make a difference each day that we come here. Don't think now, just because I won't be here, that I won't be watching you. So I have my eyes on you, see what's going on, see what you're doing, see if you're still holding true to your word that you want to come here and make a difference. But, you know, even though, as I said earlier, we don't always agree on everything, but as I look around at each one of you, I know that I'm leaving you all, and I know that you all will take care of this state. I know that I'm leaving the Senate in good hands. Thank you all for serving with me. And I just want to say a couple more things. I heard someone earlier say this is a bittersweet moment. Well, it started out being a little bitter because I actually made this decision 4 years ago. Well, it will be 4 years at the end of this year. Because I felt and I said a prayer before I started this journey. And I asked the Lord to please let me know some kind of way when it's time for me to move on. And that actually happened. I started to recognize that it's time to go. Let somebody else do this work. And I would say often to someone that's younger than me, you have fresh and new ideas. I have ideas, but they may not be as fresh and new and more modern than you. And so 4 years ago, I was going to leave, but I had the opportunity to be the leader of my caucus. And I knew if I ran, I would win, no matter who else ran. I knew that I would win. And so that's why I stayed. And so this decision of mine did not just happen overnight. It happened at the time that I thought it was time to leave, but that changed. And I hope that happens for all of you as well, that you don't overstay your welcome, that you don't stay longer than you should. Get your work done and be ready to go when it's time to leave. So, this is not a bittersweet moment for me. It is quite sweet that I am ready to go, and I'm leaving on my own terms, not leaving on somebody else's terms when they think it's time for me to go. It's time that I think it's my time that I go. And so when I woke up this morning, I was more excited than I expected to be. And I'm excited now I'm looking forward to my list of trips and my travel and my special time with my sister. You know, when I started here, I had 3 brothers and a sister, but I only have a sister now. And so I'm looking so forward to some more excitement and some new travel and new things to do. And I just have to say thank you to all of you that have touched my life. Thank you for being a part of my life. I'll see you soon.
Senator from the 10th had a few awards here to present, but I'm going to ask the Senator from the 9th. She's got a plaque that she'd like to present to the leader here. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Leader Butler, we so appreciate your leadership. And this is from one vice chair to another vice chair of GLBC. And we just want to recognize your service and present you with the GLBC Lifetime Legislator Award. Outstanding service as Minority Leader in the General Assembly, presented this day, March 28th. Representative Carl Gilliard, the chairman, and me, the vice chairman. Thank you.
If we'll take a moment, if all the senators want to line up, and we're going to put the minority leader down here and let everybody come by and congratulate her, much like we did this morning here. And now we'll have to hop up here. We'll have to clarify something real quick. When the senator was talking about the $10 I dropped off at her office, there was a method to my madness there, because at the time I had a bill that involved landfills.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And trash companies, and they had this thing called a tipping fee that they would give counties at the landfills, and they only would give a county $1 per ton. And so I knew in order to get the bill across the finish line, I was going to have Republican and Democrat support, and we all know how much pull the leader here had with her caucus. So I walked by, and I'd been talking to her about that bill before, and I put the trash in the trash can. She goes, "That's going to cost you." I said, "It's fine, but I'm going to give you 10 times more than what the landfill boys give our counties right now." So she goes, "I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm with you. I'm with you." So she helped me get that bill done. So thank you, leaders. Thank you. So. I see my old sweet mate and former colleague here, Mr. Rick Jeffries, is on the floor. Can we give Mr. Rick Jeffries a round of applause here? Good to see you, Senator. I see also another special guest we have today. We've got the senator from the 53rd, 50 seconds. Beautiful family here. Got Miss Joan Huffstetler and his two grandbabies, Connor and Klein, along with their mother, Michelle. Klein was born a week ago? All right. And Connor was born this time last year, right? Oh, 2 years ago. Okay. Glad to have y'all. Moving on here, we've got House Bill 1021. I recognize the senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask that House Bill 1021 please be catapulted from the table.
Senators asked that House Bill 1021 be taken from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1021 by Representative Daniel of the 117th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to the imposition rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to income taxes so as to increase the amount of dependent exemption and for other purposes. Mr. President, an auditor's report is attached. The Senate Committee on Finance recommends this bill do pass. Mr. President, completes the order.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 8th. And he's got a special guest with him.
Oh, Mr. President, I have here Mr. Zane Daniel, the son of Representative Lauren Daniel. And he is officially the baby of the house. You can see the name tag on the back. Zane has told me that he would like to switch over and become the official baby of the Senate. Can I have some acclamation on that? No. Zane came to the well with me, Mr. President, to just introduce House Bill 1021. Very simple bill, so simple that a baby can explain it. Increases the child tax deduction from $3,000 to $4,000, Mr. President. It's a speaker's priority, and glad to have Zane here with me to present it. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer, and if not, I will yield the well.
You do have a question, Senator. I recognize the senator from the 30th.
Does the gentleman yield?
Myself or Zane?
Either one.
We do yield.
Isn't it true that we got a proclamation to make Zane's daddy the baby of the Senate a little bit later in the night?
My understanding is the Secretary of the Senate has that document now.
Thank you.
All right. No senator from the 47th. Do you wish to ask a question?
Hey, I wonder about my good friend from down in South Georgia. Does he not realize, can I get the camera over here? Would you stand up for a minute? We got a really, really newcomer for rivalry in the Senate. A new baby in the Senate. So I'm just going to tell you, when they're born in the last week, I think we got a winner back here, Coach.
All right. You have no other questions, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your favorable consideration, my friends.
Does any senator wish to speak for or against the motion? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the senator from the 1st for motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we lift from the table House Bill 1170.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1170, a bill by Representative Hawkins of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2A of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to the Department of Public Health, so as to require that certain state government buildings, courthouses, and university buildings maintain and make accessible opioid antagonists and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to House Bill 1170. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 31 and 43 of the OCGA relating to health and professions and businesses, respectively, so as to provide for best health practices and for protections of the health of minors and adults in this state, to provide for definitions, to provide for educational and for other purposes. Additionally, Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others offered the following Amendment 1 to amend the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services substitute to House Bill 1170 by replacing line 7 with the following: blocking medications for certain purposes to minors, to provide for exceptions and further purposes. Additionally, Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others offered the following Amendment 2 to amend the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services substitute to House Bill 1170 by replacing line 7 with the following: blocking medications for certain purposes to minors, to provide for exceptions and for other purposes. Additionally, a minority report has been filed. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President. The underlying bill that came to Health and Human Services was 1170. That has to do with opioid antagonist, and that would be required in government buildings. It would require training and so forth. We added, because of time constraints in the Health and Human Services, puberty blockers legislation. This has to do with gender dysphoria. The Senate guided gender dysphoria through last year that removed surgery and sex change hormones for minors. Puberty blockers were left in, but now data shows that at least 50% of people of minors who are on puberty blockers do not, if they're not on puberty blockers, they do not progress to change to the other sex. So in other words, if you're on puberty blockers, almost 100% go ahead and change to the other sex. If you're not on puberty blockers, at least 50% do not go on to change to the other sex. We had testimony in our committee that maybe even up to 80 to 90% did go ahead and go to the other sex if they were taken off that. I'm sorry, I may have misstated. If you're not on puberty blockers, the data recently shows that 50% do not go on to change to other sex. Some studies have shown up to 80 to 90%, and anecdotal reports also show that. In part of the decision process, not only do they not go on to transition to the other sex, but the potential side effects relating to that. Osteoporosis is a well-known side effect to puberty blockers. A recent warning by the FDA is that it causes what's called pseudotumor cerebri, which basically means that on scans and on exam, it looks as if you have a tumor in your brain. So edema in the brain related to what looks like to be a tumor, but is actually a pseudotumor. And that's caused by this drug, and an FDA warning has been issued. To me, the most compelling evidence is relating to Dr. Michelle Zena, who is a pediatrician down in the senator from the 4th area in Bullock County in Statesboro. And she followed up, because she only had a few minutes there to testify, she followed up with an email. And let me read part of that email to you, or most of it. Overall, the rate of gender dysphoria is higher in the autism community than the general population. The reason for this is unclear. There are several differences in communication that may be contributing, and she had 4 bullet points. Errors in the use of gender pronouns. These are in minors and children and pediatric patients. In other words, mixing ma'am and sirs most commonly. Other pronouns like her, did it, and location prepositions and yes and no are extremely common for children with autism spectrum disorder. We often treat this by referring a child to therapy for speech pragmatics, and her office sees at least 5 per week in which she does that. Another bullet point, difficulty describing emotions, naming emotions, and regulating emotions is very common for both young children, teenagers, and adults with autism spectrum disorder. And she addresses this with that she sees at 10 office visits almost each day, so she sees that. Third bullet point, I have never heard a teenager with autism spectrum disorder explain the difference between romantic love, platonic love, and familial love, or loyalty versus love. Describing abstractions is very difficult. And then the last bullet point she made, many children say, quote, I don't like that, unquote, when they mean, quote, I do not want that right now, but I might want it later. For children or youth with conversational skills, they often indicate...
Senator, let me see if I can quiet the chamber a little bit. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can I get everybody's attention real quick? Can I have everyone's attention? Need the conversations to kind of either cease or be moved to another area of the Capitol, please. It's been a little loud in here during this presentation. Sorry, Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the last bullet point, number 4, is that the quote, I don't like that, when they often mean, I do not want that right now, but I might want it later. For children and youth with conversational skills, they will often indicate that the latter is what they meant. It's very easy to suggest a label or meaning for something abstract and get agreement from a conversational child with autism spectrum disorder. Using puberty blockers to pause puberty once it has started and to prevent the onset of puberty are 2 different things. Children who have not yet started puberty lack the cognitive ability to give consent. Inducing a sex hormone-free state is artificial and not really pausing puberty. It's creating an unnatural condition with many side effects. In our HHS committee, there was a young woman who testified after her, and she described a miserable state that would motivate someone to end their sex hormone-free state. And Dr. Zena goes on to point out that she actually received Lupron, which is a puberty blocker, which was initially used in prostate cancer, has continued to be used in prostate cancer to block testosterone. When she got Lupron when waiting for a path report, she found the description very accurate. The negative impact of the pause would likely push individuals towards anything that gave them relief. The pause is not innocuous. And then looking at Europe, the emphasis is on conducting systematic reviews of evidence to inform policy decisions, leading to a more cautious stance than seen in the United States. This approach is based on concerns about the long-term effects and the risk-benefit ratios of such treatments. In the United Kingdom, the National Health Service has limited the use of puberty blockers to children enrolled in clinical trials, citing insufficient evidence to support their routine use outside of a research setting. As a matter of fact, that actually occurred the day before our HHS meeting. In Sweden, it has tightened its eligibility for gender-affirming care for minors. The Karolinska University Hospital, for example, decided to stop prescribing hormones to minors, citing a lack of evidence about the long-term consequences. In Finland, Finnish authorities have reassessed clinical practice guidelines, generally narrowing eligibility for gender-affirming care for minors. This reassessment is based on concerns about the risk-benefit ratio of transitional treatments. You know, I must say that last year and this year, many parents have come to me privately wishing that this law was in effect in the past. And I find that affirming, but I find that sometimes challenging from that perspective. It is difficult, no doubt, being a parent, and sometimes saying no is difficult. But saying no, many times, with the law behind you makes it easier. So, with permission, Representative Lee Hawkins had this bill relating to opioid antagonists in government buildings. With his permission, we added on the puberty blockers, banning that for minors. Last year, we banned surgery and we banned sex hormones. This adds puberty blockers because they are not innocuous. They have side effects, and the data now shows that at least 50%, if you're not on puberty blockers, do not go on to change to another sex. Anecdotal reports and personal experience by pediatric endocrinologists show that figure may even be up to 80 to 90%. And that's why we brought this bill. Mr. President, I'll answer questions. Others may want to talk on this.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your favorable consideration.
We do have several amendments to this bill. I recognize the senator from the 32nd speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here to talk about Amendment 2 and 2A. When I get back to my seat, I'll be withdrawing Amendment 1. I agree with the senator from the 2nd that there needs to be further research on the off-label use of puberty blockers. It turns out that although the onset of puberty is reversible when the drugs are stopped, other side effects such as loss of bone density are not reversible, and that is why England and other European countries are putting the brakes on these drugs. What Amendment 2 does is allow minors who are already on these drugs. Amendment 2 said prior to March 1st. Amendment 2A changes that to April 1st because there was some concern about having a retroactive date in the bill. And they can continue, but they have to have a comprehensive mental health assessment in addition to ongoing mental health treatment, as well as informed consent about the possible side effects of the drugs. I feel that mental health assessment and treatment are an important part of what needs to happen for these kids, and I would ask you to support Amendment 2A and 2B. Happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, I yield.
Senator, I'll go ahead and recognize you to withdraw those two amendments. Recognize the senator from 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for unanimous consent to withdraw Amendment 1.
She's asked for unanimous consent. Without objection, Amendment 1 is withdrawn. Recognize the senator from 39th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to ask us to travel back to middle school for a moment, to take us back to a time in our lives that we may cringe remembering, a time in our lives when we most craved safety and acceptance, an accepting friend or a safe adult. Those middle school years of anxiety, both social and physical, when our bodies changed drastically, our brain constantly worried, and we searched high and low for belonging. I want you to remember those years, to feel that time in your life, the anxiety, the insecurity, the unease. Now imagine another middle schooler, a middle school girl with the same anxieties you had in middle school, a girl sent to a therapist from the age of 7 because something wasn't quite right. a middle school girl who didn't feel like herself a day in her life, deeply confused and ashamed of the body she was in. This girl, who grew up in a time when medical help was not readily available, suffered through middle school, high school, and college with shame and pain, questioning her identity. And as an adult, he has spent years of his life working through the resentment of not being able to grow up the way he wanted to. The battle scars of his childhood are slowly disappearing as he has finally become his true self. A man with a beautiful partner and 2 beautiful children, now living his life to the fullest in a loving family who accepts him for who he is, with friends and colleagues who embrace his whole self. A man who is among countless others in Georgia who experienced childhoods like his. Imagine being a parent to that middle school girl, a parent who would give anything to take away the pain their child feels, who would do anything to spare their child's rejection, because every parent wants their kid to feel safe and accepted. Imagine finally being able to work with medical professionals to allow some breathing room for your family to discern what is the healthiest and safest path for your teen, to provide safety and support for your teen. We are finally to the point where kids are starting to feel safe enough to have open conversations with their parents, their doctors, their teachers. These children who have been historically rejected over and over again finally have a sliver of a welcoming environment to safely figure out their own bodies. Because as the medical community has emphasized for years, this medical pause in puberty does not irreversibly damage a child's health trajectory. Puberty blockers have been used for years to help small children who have started puberty too early for their bodies to develop properly. And these kids have grown up to be normal people with normal lives and normal marriages and normal children. If we decide today to take this huge step backward, to take away this place of safety for our teens needing just a little time to pause and think, where does that leave them? Where does that leave the 53% of Georgia's trans and non-binary youth who contemplated suicide in 2022? Where does a bill that originally meant to save lives leave the lives of these children? Where does a bill that was originally meant to save lives? HB 1170 was meticulously crafted by amazing addiction and recovery advocates who worked for months to push solutions to help combat the opioid epidemic that is plaguing our state. This incredible bill, intended to save lives from drug overdose, has been twisted into crippling legislation that will inevitably lead to an increase in suicide and a mental health crisis for Georgia's youth. If we pass this bill today, we are also stripping parents of their right to protect their children, to give their children the gift of time, the chance of a happy and healthy life. You don't have to agree with how these parents choose to help their kids, but we have no business stripping parents and healthcare providers of the right to save children with evidence-based, safely proven medical options. As a parent, you do your very best to protect your kids and help them thrive, because every parent wants their kid to feel safe and accepted. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spoke recently on trans issues when we passed House Bill 1104. I rise today in opposition to the bill, and I just want to make one point. In House Bill 1104, this body did everything in its power to empower parents. Talking about checking out books from the library, parents have to know. New sex ed curriculum, available for parental review. This body even went so far as to authorize lawsuits which I know is a huge favorite with leadership, lawsuits by parents who think that a school is not following a trans sports policy or a bathroom policy. Contrast that with what's happening today, where in the privacy of a doctor's office and with years of grueling experience, suffering, crying children, suicidal children, parents come to the very difficult conclusion that there is no other path forward for their family except potentially experimental or new-ish medical treatments so that their kids won't be suicidal. In that private space, this state government reaches all the way in and says, absolutely not. And what a rich irony, too, that on Israel and any other number of economic issues, we don't talk about Europe. We don't defer to the United Kingdom or other countries for their policies. But because it supports our position on this bill, oh, look what the United Kingdom is doing. There's a spectrum of parental empowerment in this body from 1104 to this bill. In 1104, you're deputizing parents to go after local governments if they don't comply with the policy, but here you ban parental input altogether. What do these two ends of the spectrum have in common? That the policy on both ends denies the existence of trans children. That's it. If you're a parent who thinks that the whole trans thing is made up, you get to sue your local government. But if you're a parent who has gone through the years of struggling and suffering that comes with being a trans child in this country, you are banned from the one miracle that allows your child to keep living in the state of Georgia without some of the worst, most dire consequences. Let's just be honest about what we're doing. None of this is about parental choice. All of this is about anti-trans ideology. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
Recognize the Senator from the 41st for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that there are trans children living in Georgia today who have parents who've cared for them, teachers who've received them exactly as they are, and they are living healthy, whole, full lives today in Georgia? Isn't that true?
Miraculously, yes. You've got one team with the parent, the child, the teacher, and community support who are all humming along, and they now find themselves suddenly on the other side of the state government.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that it is possible for children who are trans to live a life without suicidal ideations, without serious and significant mental health issues, when they have the support of their community, their families, their teachers, and even their government?
Absolutely. As a kid, I had asthma. I went to an asthma clinic. Some kids have scoliosis. They go to a spine doctor. Some kids are trans, and they go to a doctor to get help or whatever medicine they need to live a full life. It's really no different.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Senator, isn't it also true that the drugs that we're talking about, the puberty blockers, are used for young children who are experiencing precocious puberty, who are experiencing their puberty early, and that the same risks that come with using those drugs for those kids, that those parents and the doctor and physician work together to mitigate that risk by making sure that they have additional vitamin D in order to prevent osteoporosis? Isn't that true?
With holistic and complete medical care under the practice of a supervising physician who understands these risks and can make, again, private, comprehensive judgments on a case-by-case basis, kids can thrive. But even if that were not the case, Senator, if a parent, a desperate parent in the hallway who I've spoken to over and over again this session about this issue, if they are forced with a choice between a loss in bone density and a risk of suicide, what do you think they will pick, Senator?
Senator, do you further yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that parents make calculated decisions based on social, emotional, health, and well-being of their children about different types of medications that they may take? There are parents today, isn't it true, who are sending their children through difficult cancer treatments, knowing that there will be significant consequences, perhaps to that child's infertility, but they've chosen life over death. Isn't that true, Senator?
That is exactly the choice they face. And further, Senator, not only are we not saying you can't get a lawsuit to sue your local government on an issue like this, we are also saying you cannot take care of your own child's most basic needs. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thanks, Senator. Recognize Senator from 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd like to talk to you addressing this bill from a number of angles. You've heard what the bill does, so I won't go into that to any great extent. But it stands between medical decisions made with a parent, their child, and the doctor, and poses serious, actually legal, criminal and civil potential liabilities for a healthcare practitioner. Now, how did we come to have this bill come out of the Health and Human Services Committee? The bill was on the agenda as 1170 to provide opioid overdose reversals kits in state buildings. You heard that. When we assemble at our stated meeting time in our stated meeting room, we come to see that additional members of the legislature have been added that day to our table who are not members of our committee. Why, what a curious thing. What would that be about? I've never seen him in a health committee meeting. I've never seen him in a health committee meeting, but I believe there were 4 people added that day, if memory serves me. So we walked into a process that was set up. It was the fix was in. The fix was in. That's the first thing we faced. The next thing we faced was a rigged testimony that included nobody from all of the major medical associations and providers in our state and nationwide. So any of the so-called facts that you heard shared up here by the author of the bill, those came from one group that broke away from the American Academy of Pediatricians. They broke away from them in 2002. And they've been very busy in the next 22 years running around the country preaching anti-gay, anti-LGBT, anti-trans falsehoods. That's who's been quoted here. That's where the so-called information to make a reasonable decision that has such an incredible impact on the lives of children and families and doctors in our state. Did we hear from the Medical Association of Georgia? No. Did we hear from the American Academy, the Georgia branch of the American Academy of Pediatrics? No. Did you hear from the endocrinologist? No. Good people, let me tell you, the so-called facts that you just heard presented by the presenter of the bill were facts provided by a group that's been identified as a hate group. They exist to run around the country and try to pass these kinds of bills. So you haven't been presented an accurate picture. If we wanted to really look at this and take it seriously and be very solemn about let's get to the bottom of what's medically the best thing for these children, wouldn't you have the doctors, the endocrinologists, the pediatricians, the child psychologists, the whole array of talent from our medical provider community to come and bring information? Wouldn't that be the right way to decide, make a decision on this bill? Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that be what you would expect? Not a half a loaf, not a half-baked thing. In fact, the guy that testified, Quentin Van Meter, led the break off of his organization, created a new organization that sounds like the Academy of Pediatrics, but it's really the American Organization of Pediatricians. And a Texas judge ruled that this guy's not a credible witness. He's not a true expert witness. He's on record going all over the country with this dog and pony show that somehow got inserted into our committee meeting. We had to challenge his veracity and his credibility. He's been ruled out of order and non-credible and non-expert by judges for the Lord's sake, in Alabama, in Texas, and who knows where else. And he appears all the time spouting anti-gay rhetoric, like conversion therapy. You know, you can take a gay person, put them in a room long enough, and you know, hang on them long enough, and they'll all of a sudden say, "Oh, I'm not gay. No, I was a big mistake. I'm not gay." That's who. That was the expert, the so-called expert witness. And do you know what? There were doctors' organizations in the room with their mouth dropped to the ground to see this travesty, because they had been engaged in last year's discussion on this topic and brought testimony and demonstrated that they had a thing or two to say based on their medical expertise. Gender-affirming health care is supported by every leading medical and mental health association in the United States, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, the Pediatric Endocrine Society, the Society for Adolescent Health and Medicine, the North American Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Gynecology, and the American Psychological Association, to name a few. That's why over 300 medical providers wrote a letter and signed it, and it appears in the Atlanta Constitution this past week about the dangerous step that this bill would take. It not only bans medical care for transgendered youth, it explicitly threatens to penalize medical providers, and these are providers who are following the treatment guidelines provided by their medical societies, people. They're practicing real medicine, not bugaboo, Halloween pseudoscience. And they're placed in a highly precarious situation where offering evidence-based medical care to transgender youth could result in those doctors losing their ability to practice medicine. And it intensifies the consequences that doctors face by allowing civil or criminal liability simply for doctors honoring their professional commitment to do what? To act in the best interest of their patients and to minimize suffering whenever possible. So, good people, we know quite a lot about the fact that we have a serious shortage of healthcare providers in the state that we're grappling with. And frankly, the letter that the providers submitted and signed, between 300 and 350 signatures, they say that pediatric endocrinologists from all across the U.S. voiced concerns about their personal safety and the potential impact on their ability to care for patients amid this divisive political climate. That makes it, in the eyes of these doctors, unfathomable that Georgia lawmakers would risk worsening our medical workforce shortage simply for some kind of cheap political gain, some kind of posturing, with none of the medical societies notified about this meeting, invited to speak, and they were in the room watching, aghast at what was happening, aghast. We're not getting good press about this, folks. We're getting a black eye. Georgia senator seeks to add puberty blockers to ban trans treatments. Here was the first article in the newspaper here. The most recent one, of course, was the extensive commentary by doctors with their names signed about the concerns, their fundamental concerns about this bill. If you really wanted to be doing the best thing for children and families, you would have the right experts in the room, and you wouldn't be afraid to hear their testimony and let them share some wisdom, as well as the countless families that I have talked to, many of us have heard from, who see the transformation in their child when they get the correct treatment for gender dysphoria. They have a new lease on life. Let's not forget about them. Please, let's not forget about them. But to bring in a bogus, pseudo, ideologically driven, anti-gay, anti-trans organization and and then get up here in the well and quote them to share what's supposed to be the facts and the truth about this situation is not the way we want to go down in history as how we make policy, health policy. Texas judge ruled that this doctor was not an expert. A Pennsylvania Republican had invited him to testify on trans health care, and the courts deemed that this guy's not an expert. He's got an ideological agenda, and that's what he's promoting and pushing. So that's what we were subjected to in the Health Committee. That's what we were subjected to, and the members of the GOP caucus that we work with every day were some there quite astonished at what they were seeing. They didn't know this was coming down. So this was a surprise move, an effort to push something through that should have merited deep consideration and wisdom and justice and compassion, but in fact it did just the opposite. And we will continue to get the kind of negative attention that we don't deserve and we would rather not have to go through. So I say to you, weigh your conscience as you vote for this bill. It is not the kind of publicity as a state that we wish to have, but overwhelmingly, this bill blocks right in the middle of the course of treatment, carefully crafted by highly trained doctors. You don't have a little flim-flam somebody that is doing this work. These are highly trained doctors, specialties in their area. And they've deemed this is what we think is the best way for your child to proceed with medical treatment. But somehow we're gonna have this kind of process that is fundamentally flawed. We were, may I assure you, those of us in the committee, just looking askance, to say the least, at what was being carried out right there, as the old folks say, in front of God and everybody. We don't have to do this. Back away. Have a study committee. Act seriously about serious policy. I would urge you to search your heart and think about the families. Think about the doctors. Think about the message we're sending to the medical community when this is the way we make health policy. It does great damage. It was based on so-called facts that were, in fact, not true. I will yield for any questions. I will just remind you before I take my seat, you know, it's pretty hard to get through medical school. It's pretty tough to, you know, do that residency. It's a lifelong commitment. I can't tell you the admiration that I have for people, including my young niece who's in her residency, but the admiration that I have for people who dedicate their lives to medicine. And we saw their very best and their finest during the COVID pandemic. And this is what we're delivering for them. This is our message to them. This is the way we undercut them. This is the way we give our state a reputation that it does not deserve. We have some of the finest medical facilities in the country right here in this state. We can do better than this, people. And we're damaging children. We're damaging children. Know when you vote, if you push the green button to make this the law in Georgia, you are damaging children. That should weigh heavily on all our hearts. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator from 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I do yield.
Senator, you are my elder stateswoman here. Do you remember a time in which people said that children who thought they were gay were wrong and needed to be in conversion therapy?
I have vivid memories of that. Yes, I do. And this guy that appeared to testify for our committee, that's the kind of stuff he spouts.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that over time we've learned that children who express themselves as being gay grow up to be healthy, good, upstanding citizens and adults who are able to contribute well to society?
No question about it. The young doctor that was with us today in our medical station is a great example of that.
Do you further
Raising
yield?
happily 3 young children with his partner.
Do you further yield?
Thank you, I do.
Isn't it possible that if we allow these trans children to develop into full, whole human beings as they are, that we too might discover that this very conversation that we're having today was in fact wrong and outdated, and that children deserve to be able to express themselves as they fully are?
Thank you. I firmly agree with you. And I was struck by the fact that on the day that this shenanigan was pulled in our health committee, on that very day, that morning, in the House, the chaplain of the day was Reverend Andy Woodward. Big, tall, great, wonderful person. Andy went from being A-N-D-Y to being A-N-D-I. Andy grew up down the street from me, was a childhood playmate with my children. His parents were very active in the church across the street. Dad was a librarian, I believe, out at the medical library of Emory, or the Emory Library. Andy grew up, married, had children, and came face to face with the reality that he had struggled with all his life. And she continues to be a Methodist minister with a collar. Some of you know her possibly well. I know her and her family very well. And she was presenting the spiritual guidance and message for the day to the House of Representatives. A great example of someone who found their full selves and engaged and embraced that, and she was supported by her family from day one. And yes, a very happy, developed and fully actualized adult woman who brings sustenance and succor and comfort and spiritual guidance to her parishioners. If there are no further questions, I will yield the well and ask you to search your heart and come up with the answer that we're better than this. We can do better than this. And finally, those fine doctors that I told you how much I appreciated and respected, and how I became knowledgeable of the incredible intensity of the training that's required when I spent a week with that young niece in her residency with two young children. Those doctors vote, good people. You know, they're known to be very literate, highly educated, big readers. You know that they're following what's going on. They see this. They'd see it for the charade that it is, and they know the damage. They know the disrespect to their profession that's being demonstrated by this, and they show up and vote. Why would you want to have that whole profession walk away from you when you're on the ballot? Is it worth it? We can do better. We're smarter than this. Thank you, and I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Secretary to read another amendment that just came forward, Amendment 2B, I believe.
Senator Jackson of the 41st and others offered the following Amendment 2B to amend Amendment 2 to House Bill 1170 by striking March 1st, 2024 on line 10 and replacing it with April 1st, 2024. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 41st to speak to. You waive.
Mr. President, I would like to do the minority report
You want to do the minority report? Okay.
during the time that is allotted for the minority report.
Okay. Senator from the 53rd, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's absolutely absurd and ridiculous, some of the comments that I've heard about being anti-gay or anti-trans. You know, the Log Cabin Republicans, they support House Bill 1170. Gays Against Groomers, they support House Bill 1170. This bill has absolutely nothing to do with those who are over 18, and it has everything to do with those who are minors. This piece of legislation is about protecting children. Now, once somebody becomes 18, they have the ability to make those decisions for themselves. But I adamantly oppose the amendments to this piece of legislation because 1170 does what it needs to do. It recognizes ambiguous genitalia. It recognizes chromosomal abnormalities. It recognizes partial androgen insensitivity syndrome. But the amendments, they recognize in the wording of the amendment that there are irreversible side effects to these hormones. But it says, you know, as long as there's some mental health treatment to go along with it, then it's all okay. If we're recognizing that there's irreversible side effects, why would we ever vote for this? You know, we don't allow children to get tattoos. Are we saying that if a child under 18 gets a half a sleeve of tattoo that, well, since they've already gotten started, let's just go ahead and let them finish with that tattoo? I mean, children can't even buy Sudafed, but yet we're going to let them take puberty blockers and create irreversible damage with those amendments. I ask that you vote in favor of 1170 and you vote against the amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other person wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection for the previous question to be ordered? Chair hears none. I'll recognize the senator from the 41st to deliver the minority report, and then we'll allow the senator from the first close, and then we'll take up the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about a mom named Susan and a little boy named Jack. I had a whole speech prepared, but then I received this letter from Susan, and I remembered that I made a promise to my constituents and to all Georgians that I wanted to be their voice and to make sure that their voices were heard. And so today you will hear from Susan, a mom, a Georgian. Here's what Susan says. Hi, my name is Susan, and I'm a citizen of Georgia and a mom of 3 kids who were born here. I'm a graduate of the University of Georgia. No doubt she said go dogs when she typed that. And I consider Georgia my home. One of my kids is a beautiful 10-year-old named Jack, who is kind-hearted, generous, thoughtful, hilarious, and loving. He came out to us as a transgender boy at the age of 5 with no prompting from anyone and 0 exposure to social media. He simply told me one day that he was a boy inside and he wanted to know when he could be a boy on the outside. Jack was very insistent on this fact, and even when we took him to a pediatrician, a therapist, and to our clergy, and he never wavered from knowing that he is a boy. For over 5 years, he has said this more than half his life. Susan goes on to write, even before he came out to us, he was exceedingly rough and tumble and physical as a small boy, and most of his friends were boys. In retrospect, we believe that Jack revealed to us his true gender identity at the earliest point at which he had the capacity to do so, and that sometimes the physical body does not tell the full story of a person's identity. If you met him, you would never know that Jack was not a regular boy. He looks like, plays like, jokes like, and runs just as wild as any other boy in the neighborhood. He loves to play tennis and basketball, soccer and guitar, and he even started playing the guitar as well. He has no idea that the fact that he feels like a boy in his heart, even though he was born with 2 X chromosomes, is at all controversial, or at the Georgia legislature is discussing his fate right now. Susan continues, we have been blessed because he felt that he could share his truth with us early. And we have tried our best to love him for who he is, rather than to force him to be someone who he is not. My husband and I certainly did not expect to be raising a transgender child. It's definitely not a path that I would have sought for my child, given the risk and controversy, but Jack was so clear about his identity as a small child and has remained unwavering in his conviction that he is a boy. He is comfortable with himself and thriving as a boy, which is what any parent wants for their child. It is fair to say that he has educated our entire family over the years on the breadth of the human experience. One day, my husband asked him what it felt like to be a boy, and Jack said, I can't really describe it, but I feel like God lets me into life a little more when I'm a boy. Our therapist and pediatrician have both confirmed that affirming his gender identity is the best and safest choice for us as his parents. And they have also concurred that he is a boy. 2 years ago, Jack began seeing a pediatric endocrinologist to get an early baseline. And we've returned every 6 months to check for signs of early puberty. The recommended course of treatment would be, as soon as these signs appear, Jack would go on hormone blockers for a period of 3 to 5 years, depending on his age of onset of puberty. The blockers would pause puberty for Jack and prevent him from developing as a girl, or as Jack would say, prevent him from going through the wrong puberty. HB 1170 takes this choice out of our hands and out of the hands of his doctor, and it instead mandates a one-size-fits-all approach for every transgender child, family, and physician who treats them in the state of Georgia. HB 1170 would make it so that Jack would have to go through female puberty, which greatly increases his risk of ongoing gender dysphoria, body dysmorphia, and suicidal or self-harming thoughts. This risk is compounded by HB 1104, which will mandate that Jack be outed at school as a transgender person by making him use the girls' restroom and locker rooms. This will be extremely shaming to Jack and strange to his peers who have only known Jack as a boy. Up until now, Susan writes, Jack has been able to live happily as a boy. And the contemplated legislation before us this session would undo this and cause great risk to my family and our child. As a legislator, hear this. As a legislator, you're probably already familiar with the higher rate of mental health issues and suicidality of transgender youth who are not affirmed in their identity. Well, HB 1170 undermines everything that we've been doing as parents to protect our child from feeling stigmatized for his gender identity since he was 5 years old. Susan begins her conclusion by saying, I have to say that I am puzzled and disappointed by this approach, and moreover, I am angry that the Georgia legislature would act to take these important health care choices away from my family and endanger my child. Susan concludes by saying, I was raised in a conservative household that emphasized the value of family and the wisdom of limited government. The laws of our state should protect families' abilities to make sound healthcare choices that are tailored for the individual needs of their kids, particularly vulnerable kids like my son, Jack. Colleagues, I hope you've heard this story, and I hope that you will remember your oath to represent every constituent. Remember your promise to pass legislation that will make Georgia better for all Georgians, including Georgians like little 10-year-old Jack. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Recognize the senator from the first to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, since I've been here, and just a few minutes ago, I got texted by a physician, and he goes, I think UK's National Health Service and the health leadership of Sweden are hardly, quote, trying to score cheap political points, unquote. Rather, there is serious question on whether this rapidly expanding, quote unquote, treatment is potentially making physicians violate their oath to do no harm by participating in an unproven experimental treatment that may do real harm to thousands. And just another text I got. Per the senator from the 14th, because children in the UK and Europe are so different than our children in America. Therefore, their research and case studies are invalid. We're talking about gender dysphoria in children. Parents have told me multiple times how their children did not receive mental health counseling or enough mental health counseling that they should have. That is part of the program. Pediatric endocrinologists, pediatric specialists, whenever that question arises with gender dysphoria, mental health counseling is the first step and is required before any consideration of anything else is done. I think we need to take a step back here and look at irreversible changes in children. And yes, the state does have the right and the responsibility to protect children. There is no doubt about that. Surgery is irreversible. Sex change hormones are irreversible. And puberty blockers can also be irreversible. With the fact that if you're not on puberty blockers, half of the children do not go on to proceed to changing their sex, I think is very important. With the puberty blockers, virtually 100% go ahead and do sex change hormones. I think we need to give the children continued mental health counseling, continued care, continued love. Now let me just refute some of the things that were said. The data on suicidality and depression in youth is there. But treatment does not necessarily make it go away, and as a matter of fact, there is an actual increase later on in life of that. No one points that out because that's recent data, and a lot of the earlier data is being refuted. None of this stops treatment, as a senator from the 53rd related pointed out. None of that stops what we've done, androgen insensitivity syndrome and so forth. Precocious puberty, where a girl goes and has her menstrual cycle starting at 8 or 9 years old. Yes, we use puberty blockers, but yes, we stop them earlier when you normally go through puberty, 12, 13, 14, in that age. So it's important. What we're stopping is irreversible changes. And again, let me point out, how many parents have come to me in private and said, boy, I wish we'd had that law in the past. And it's also interesting to note that everyone failed to mention Dr. Michelle Zena, who is such an astounding expert when it comes to autism and pediatrics. Failed to mention what's going on in the UK and Denmark and Sweden and Finland, how they are marching that back. In fact, we're not leading, we're falling behind. We do need to protect our children in this situation. Mr. President, gender dysphoria is something that certainly needs treatment. It should start out with voluminous mental health care, but it should not end in children with irreversible changes. And that's where we are in the state. Just to mention the amendments, I did not sign any of them. It has gotten back and forth. From my perspective, I would just say let's oppose all amendments. Let's get it to the House for an agree. And I think this is important legislation overall. The underlying bill is important. This is very important for the state of Georgia and for our children. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
The senator is yielded. The question has been called. Debate is closed. Now it's time to take up the amendments here. On Amendment 2A, Amendment 2A is actually out of order, so we'll put that one off to the side. And now we have Amendment 2B, which is authored by Senator from the 41st. Is there objection to Amendment 2B? There's objection to Amendment 2B. All those in favor of Amendment 2, hold on one second. All those in favor of Amendment 2B will vote yea. All opposed to Amendment 2B, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of Amendment 2B, the yeas are 21, the nays are 31, and 2B has failed. On Amendment 2, authored by the senator from the 32nd, on Amendment 2, is there objection? Have objection. Have objection from a number of people. On the question of Amendment 2, all those in favor of Amendment 2 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of Amendment 2, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 30, and Amendment 2 has failed. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 19. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 27th.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 617 be removed from the table.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 617 by Representatives Jaspers of the 11th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 32 of the OCGA relating to highways, bridges, and ferries so as to provide for the development and maintenance of a statewide freight and logistics implementation plan, to provide for a definition, to provide for responsibilities and duties of the Planning Division and Director, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Transportation recommends this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal of the 27th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
That objection, recognize the senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. For those of you on the Transportation Committee, you know that for years, starting with Chairman Beach when he was chairman, we've been spending a lot of time talking about a freight and logistics plan in the state. Thankfully, this year, for the first time, we were able to put $500 million in the amended budget towards freight and logistics. And so with that, what House Bill 517 does is it requires the department to implement a statewide freight and logistics plan. It requires annual reporting back to us on the plan, and you can see in the legislation what all they need to consider in their planning. And it also, lastly, in the last section, it forms the Georgia Freight 2050 program. We know that we have about a $90 billion need ahead of us in freight and logistics in the next 30 years. This year's funding that Governor Kemp put in the budget was the first step of moving the needle on that. This essentially puts reporting and planning requirements on the department now that we have that money in place. So with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions, and if there are none, I will yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the senator from the 17th for a motion.
Mr. President, I have two things. First, ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 20th for business outside the chamber.
Without objection, senator's excused.
Second, ask unanimous consent that we lift House Bill 1409 from the table.
Senators move that we lift House Bill 1409 from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Leverett of the 123rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 51 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to torts so as to limit liability for mental health care providers under certain circumstances, to provide for definitions, to limit liability for punitive damages, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 1409, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 51 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to torts so as to limit liability for mental health care providers under certain circumstances, to provide for definitions, to limit liability for punitive damages, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, recognize the senator from the 17th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring to you House Bill 1409 as we continue to try to tackle mental health reform in our state that really started a couple years ago with House Bill 1013 and numerous acts initiated by the Senate since that time. House Bill 1409 attempts to address access to mental health services by setting the standard default the same that we have in emergency rooms and OBGYNs to a higher standard default for gross negligence. And as we try to balance the need for mental health services in our state, the challenges that come with providing those services, and the need to protect those in these facilities, I think this bill meets the right balance as we look at this tort reform bill. This bill only applies to lawsuits resulting for persons at inpatient treatment facilities getting mental health care as defined by the bill. I think this bill strikes the right balance of making sure that those needing mental health services can find care in our state while also protecting those people in these facilities. Happy to answer any questions.
You have one? No questions. You have no
I ask for your favorable consideration of this tort reform bill. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I plan to vote for this particular bill because I do agree with and support the intent behind it, but I did want to, it is not without a bit of a sense of unease, and so I wanted to lay out a couple of my thoughts and steps that I hope that we'll take as a body moving forward. Because while the intent is great to try to get more sorely needed mental health inpatient access, in the hopes of opening up these beds, we're really only taking up a partial solution, and we are doing that by making it more difficult for victims to recover from abuse, and by lowering the standards, potentially lowering the standards of care for supervision by exempting that from certain negligent supervision from certain provisions of this bill. And I find that a bit concerning, especially with respect to children in foster care who have been removed from their families by the state of Georgia, determined by the state of Georgia to have mental health needs, and then placed by the state of Georgia in a state contracted facility. These children or young adults are an incredibly vulnerable population and should be owed the same duty of care that most private pay patients enjoy, and the same rights to recover in the event of abuse or other harm. Another item that I find concerning along the same lines, if you look at the bill from lines 69 through 84, it includes on lines 83 and 84 a foster care parent trained by a contracted child placement agency to coordinate mental health care services in the definition of mental health care professional, along with clinical nurse specialists, clinical social workers, registered nurses, professional counselors, psychologists, and psychiatrists. And I would submit to you that a foster care parent, even if one has been trained by a child placement agency, simply does not have the years of training and licensure that everybody else on this list has. And so they really stick out like a sore thumb and cause me to raise my eyebrows a little bit, because we are essentially giving a lower standard of protection in a lessened ability to recover for damages to foster care children that are in the care of foster care parents. And the reality is that, sadly, while there are a lot of fantastic foster care parents out there, and God bless them, they are amazing people, there are many, many documented cases of abuse that our foster care kids have suffered at the hands of foster care providers. But as I mentioned earlier, I do feel that the hearts of some of those supporting this legislation are in the right place. They hope to see more beds open. The reality, though, is that there really is no evidence out there that simply moving ahead with a tort reform component would cause any long-term meaningful change in access to mental health care beds and inpatient mental health care facilities over the long term, without recognizing that we have some severe deficits within our system in terms of financial support. Pay for these positions is extraordinarily low. They are very difficult jobs. We have not expanded Medicaid. If we do not provide more support in the areas of financial compensation and insurance access for vulnerable populations, we simply will not see the results that this bill hopes to achieve. So I would very much have preferred that we move forward with a much more committed, sustained effort to try to support the system from its foundation, as opposed to simply hoping that a tort reform bill will be the answer, because I'm pretty sure that while it may have some good impacts, and those will be nice, it also is going to have some bad impacts. And I do believe that a larger foundational support effort traveling at the same time would be far more successful. I do know, however, that some that support this bill are trying to get more money into the system, are trying to make mental health care accessible to more people, and I appreciate their work on that. And that is why I will vote green, despite some of my unease, to continue that effort, to continue that conversation. But I urge this body to watch as the next few years unfold. Let's see the data. Let's see how many beds are available. Let's look at how many more cases of abuse we record, whether there are cases out there of fairly serious abuse that are unable to recover under this standard, whether leaving negligent supervision out from this bill causes the supervisory routines in some of these inpatient facilities to be more lax. There's a reason negligent supervision is not included as it relates to criminal conduct. They want to be able to have, or they're afraid that they need to be able to have, a more lax supervisory regimen. And if you're talking about a very vulnerable population, I'm not sure that that is a wise decision. And they want it to be able to be done more from this business decision standpoint, which, believe me, I understand. But the reality is, if you want to support this system, this is not going to be your sole answer. And it's sad that these very vulnerable populations and children are being viewed as a big threat here. And the whole bill is from the provider standpoint. It is all from the provider standpoint. And that's why many advocates for Georgia's kids and Georgia's kids in foster care have some grave concerns about the course that the General Assembly is going down with this bill, while at the same time not fully recognizing the very teetering and hollow support system that we have both within our mental care community, the crisis we have in mental care provisions, and within our foster care community. There's been some recognition of that, but the fact that people are holding this up as more of a hoped-for panacea tells me that we still have a lot of work to do, and unfortunately, a lot of lessons still to learn. So again, I'm voting yes. I think that some folks have their hearts in the right place, but I'll be watching carefully to see the results, and I urge all of you to do so and to follow along with supporting these systems in the ways that they need to be supported by the state at the same time that we move forward with a tort reform provision. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? We have a late arriving amendment. All right. Secretary, read the caption.
Senator Watson of the First and Others offer the following amendment to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to House Bill 1409 by inserting after applicability on line 4 of the following to amend Code Section 31-6-47 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from Certificate of Need so as to revise provisions relating to ambulatory surgical centers and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the First.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment has to do with capital expenditures in clinical health services, which means ambulatory surgery centers. Representative Chairman Butch Parrish said on the floor of the House that they had taken off capital expenditures and on everything, including hospitals and ambulatory surgery centers. That's exactly what he said on the floor, but when it came over to the House, it was not there. We elected to go ahead and vote on it. This is an amendment that does not take off capital expenditures. It just raises it from 2.5 to 10 million, and you'll see down there from 5 to 10 million. And that's all it does. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the second.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, the senator from the first addressed you as Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to find out if the chambers had switched because I wanted to go across the hall if this had become the House.
Oh, only you have the experience from serving in both chambers, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption on Amendment 1. Is there objection to adoption of Amendment 1? There is objection. All those in favor of Amendment 1 will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the second, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is this amendment germane to the underlying legislation?
Senator, unfortunately, that question is out of order because we already started voting. On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 31, the nays are 23, and this amendment is adopted. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to a report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 42nd, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. President, that with the addition of this late arriving amendment, several of my colleagues have a lot more trepidation about the underlying legislation?
Every senator has a red and green button. Recognize Senator from the 29th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, doesn't a green vote on this move towards saving lives in the mental health community?
Senator's passionate about what he speaks. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 40 and the nays are 14. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 54th for a motion.
Yes, Mr. President, I move to have HB 282 removed from the table.
Senator has moved. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 282 by Representatives Maynor of the 56th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to competencies and core curriculum under the Quality Basic Education Act, so as to provide for a minimum course of study in career readiness education for students in grades 6 through 12 and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill 282, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide for improved curriculum, programs, and activities related to civic education, English as a second language, and career readiness, and for other purposes. Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others offer the following amendment to amend substitute to House Bill 282 by inserting after members on line 13 the following: to amend Article 33 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Act so as to revise provisions and for other purposes. Okay. Senators Anna Vitarte of the 31st and others offer the following amendment to amend the Senate Committee on Education and Youth substitute to House Bill 282 by replacing line 14 with the following: require local education agencies to implement a mobile panic alert system capable of connecting disparate emergency services and for other purposes. Senators Kennedy of the 18th and others offer the following amendment 3 to amend Senate Committee on Education and Youth substitute to House Bill 282 by inserting after Board of Education members on line 13 the following: to amend Chapter 18 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to state printing and documents so as to add an exception for the Department of Early Care and Learning and for other purposes. OCGA? Senators Harbin of the 16th offers the following amendment 4 to amend House Bill 282 by inserting on line 11 before to provide for related matters the following: to amend Code Section 19-15-1 of the OCGA relating to definitions concerning child abuse so as to include school chaplains in the definition of child protection professional, to amend Code Section 20-2-182 of the OCGA relating to program weights to reflect funds for payment of salaries and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 54th to speak to the measure. Just so everyone in the chamber knows, amendments 1 and 2 are in your book. 3 and 4 are coming. If they're not on your desk yet, they will be there shortly. So 1 and 2 are in your book. 3 and 4 they're on the way.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, this is a good bipartisan education bill that helps our students and local boards of education as well as taxpayers. HB 282, this bill largely focuses on career readiness programs for our students. It includes minimum requirements for career readiness education and requires that State Board of Education to prescribe rules for limited English proficient students and the use of language interpreters. These rules must be based off of federal standards. For taxpayers, the bill provides that local boards of education can create a free interactive tax and budget simulator so taxpayers can have a little more transparency as to where their tax dollars are going. In committee, we add an amendment that also allows local boards of education to provide insurance coverage to families of board members, similar to what we haven't seen in other workplaces and at local discretion. There are 3 friendly amendments to the parties involved in collaborating HB 282, and those amendment number 1 from the senator from the 27th has offered a friendly amendment to improve our special needs scholarship program that he'll speak to. Amendment number 2 is the senator from the 31st has a friendly amendment to add on a bipartisan bill that we passed and that he can speak to. And amendment number 3 is a friendly amendment that comes by the Department of Early Care and Learning they approached President Pro Tem to ask him to bring this minor cleanup, and he can speak further to that. Mr. President, if there are any questions, I will yield the well.
You have no
I ask for
question?
your favorable support.
All right, we've got several amendments on this bill, so recognize the senator from the 27th to speak to the First Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to talk to you about Amendment 1. It's in your book because we actually turned this in on Tuesday. So if you're looking for Amendments 1 and 2, I believe those are both in your book, and 3 and 4, I think, came today. Amendment 1 takes really about a third of House Bill 579 that passed the House unanimously that does two things as this amendment is pared down a little bit from that original version. It's going to be talking about our special needs scholarship, which the majority leader has worked on over the years, and it ensures that there's a procedure for correcting incorrect scholarship amounts. And then Section 2 of the bill, or it's Section F as it's written, but it's the second part of the bill, comes at the request of the Department of Education, and it just allows them to make payments from the scholarship account electronically with mail as a backup plan. I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. President. If there are none, I yield the well. Thank you.
No questions. On amendment number 2, Senator from the 31st, recognize him, speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 2 is a friendly amendment. This body adopted Alyssa's law. This is a school security bill, enhancing technologies in our schools around the state. With that, Mr. President, I will yield the well. Thank you.
Senator from the 2nd, to what purpose do you rise?
Order, Mr. President.
State your point.
Mr. President, I've got a series of amendments to amend this underlying legislation, which is only 7 pages long, and all the amendments in total add up to the length of the bill.
Yes, sir. So I understand exactly where you're going with that, and we'll let each one speak to their amendment, and then if you want to challenge it from there, you're welcome to do so. How about that? Recognize the senator from the 18th, the pro tem, to speak to amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. This is amendment number 3, which is really just some cleanup language that the Department of Early Care and Learning flagged for us so that they can continue their compliance with checks on contractors that they work with who are serving early education and youth. Happy to answer any questions, or I'll yield the well.
Questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 16th to speak to amendment number 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, what this simply does, it adds a player to the game of basketball, if you would. You have 2 guards, a center, and a forward. And what this does, it adds a person called a chaplain. We have chaplains in our military, fire departments, we have them on our sports teams and many other places. This is someone who can work in a different position under the authority of the local school board. They can be voluntary or they can be paid. They are totally at the discretion of the local school board from a standpoint of authority. But it allows us to have a person who can be there to just talk and not have to record everything, because under the current situation, any counselor, it would have to be recorded. It gives just someone that can help them walk through the issues of life and also assist teachers.
Recognize the senator from the 42nd for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, I remember that we had this bill in your committee, and I'm just reading through it quickly again. Can you remind us how we're going to define the school chaplain?
That was at the bottom, I believe, of page 2 on lines 45 and 46, and they would be subject to the local school board as far as credentials and what they would want them to have.
Oh, yes, now I see it. The clergy member who is trained to serve a secular environment, provided that the term shall not include any person who is a Satanist.
Yes.
So can you elaborate a little bit on what it means to be a clergy member trained to serve in a secular environment?
Just like any of our other chaplains for fire, whatever, we have a fire department with our local chaplain. He was a minister. In this case, it would be someone that the school board recognizes and recognizes his skills in counseling. There's the National School Chaplains Association has a program and certification. But what this is something that would just give an extra person that could talk to young people and help them without having to disrupt a teacher or anything of that nature.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection to calling the question? We're now to the adoption. Senator, previous question has been ordered, but Senator from the 7th, what purpose do you rise? I think there's going to be objection to that, Senator, so, and the previous question has been already ordered, so you just missed it. But we are on to the amendments right now, so. Question is on the adoption of the amendments. On amendment number 1. Is there objection?
Objection.
There is objection. Senator from the 2nd, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order, Mr. President.
State your point.
Pursuant to Senate Rule 7-1.6 on substitutes, as well as the subsection on page 68, paragraph D, an amendment or a series of amendments offered in the nature of a substitute for the purpose of circumventing paragraph B of this rule shall be out of order, and I'm asking for a ruling from the chair on if this is in order.
Senator has asked for a point of order on the amendments, the legitimacy of the amendments, and I do appreciate the objection, Senator, but the amendments do seem to be in order and appropriate length individually. So we're at a posture right now where we'll just have to vote on them up or down. Appeal the ruling of the chair. All right. The senator from the 2nd is appeal the ruling of the chair. All those.
Get everybody in your seat.
Which, takes 29 votes to overrule the chair. All those in favor of the motion from the senator from the 2nd will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On sustaining the ruling of the chair, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 22, and the ruling of the chair is sustained. Now, we had objection to amendment number 1 from the senator from the 2nd, I believe, and the 7th. All those, and we're just going to vote on each amendment individually because it sounds like we're going to have objections for each one. So all those in favor of amendment 1 authored by the senator from the 27th will vote yay. All those opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 20. And this amendment is adopted. On adoption of amendment number 2, is there objection? No objection? Amendment number 2 is adopted. On amendment number 3, is there objection? Without objection, amendment number 3 is adopted. On amendment number 4, authored by the senator from the 16th, is there objection? There's objection. All those in favor of amendment number 4 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the amendment number 4 by the senator from the 16th, the yeas are 26 and nays are 29, and that amendment has failed. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize Senator from the 52nd for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to pull House Bill 82 off the table.
Senators move that House Bill 82 be pulled from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 82, a bill by Senator Jackson of the 128th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to state income taxes, so as to limit eligibility for the rural physician tax credit to persons qualifying as a rural physician on or before December 31st, 2023, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Settler of the 52nd District Chairman. The Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 82. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to state income taxes, so as to limit eligibility for the rural physician tax credit to persons qualifying as a rural physician on or before May 15, 2024, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President. Additionally, there is a fiscal note attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Without objection, I recognize the senator from the 52nd. That's like your King James, baby.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a small tax credit for our rural physicians and now dentists in the rural area only, and it's not all physicians, and this will make it go through 2029. We'll have the sunset out to 2029. It's for physicians that are family physicians, OBGYNs, pediatricians, internal medicine, and general surgeons, where we have some great needs in the rural area. The impact of this, according to the fiscal note, shouldn't be more than $1 million, but in any event, it is capped at $2 million. We know this won't solve all the problems in rural health care, but I think it could help incentivize some to be there. And if there's no questions, I'll yield to well.
You have no questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute? Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute? All those in favor vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the Senate insist on its substitute to House Bill 126.
All right. The senator's moved that the Senate insists on it. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 126, a bill by Representative Smith of the 18th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 6 of Title 5 of the OCGA relating to appellate practice, so as to change a provision relating to judgments deemed directly appealable and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Senator, would you like to speak to this measure?
Thank you, Mr. President. This was just another lawyer bill. And, well, and it still is another lawyer bill, but the House got a little bit confused, apparently, and didn't mean to disagree, but they did. And so now we have to insist. And I think we'll probably waste our time going to conference, and I'll come back with a conference committee report that gets us back to our original bill. And so with that, happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator. Any man that wear cowboy boots like you're wearing today is a man that will win an insist all day long, I bet. I wish the TV cameras could see those gray cowboy boots. All right. Senator has moved that the Senate insists its position to substitute on House Bill 126. Without objection, we'll let the senator fight on with his cowboy boots to the House. Recognize the pro tem for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House doesn't always get it right, but you know, on this one they did. And I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 414.
All right. Playing nice today. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 414, a bill by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 18 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state printing and documents, so as to prohibit the collecting of certain personal information and for other purposes.
Recognize the senator from,
The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 414, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 18 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to state printing and documents so as to prohibit the collecting of certain personal information and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 18th. Speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a good bill. This is Senate Bill 414 that we voted on and sent over to the House. The only thing they did is at lines 106, 107, and 108 with regard to the damages that can be assessed for violating this rule or this law that we passed. It was capped at $10,000 per violation, and the House struck the $10,000 cap and said shall be awarded at the actual damages of any violation. There were a few other changes made that was just conforming changes and grammatical corrections. Otherwise, the changes are minor, and we can agree to this, and we'll have a good bill and a good law. Happy to answer any questions.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the well.
Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 18th has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 414. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the agree to House substitute on SB 414, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 21, and this has prevailed. Recognize Senator from the 56.
Mr. President, I move the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 417.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 417, a bill by Senator Albers of the 56 and others, a bill to be titled an act to amend Code Section 82106 of the OCGA relating to reporting of accidents relative to elevators, dumbwaiters, and for other purposes. The House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 417, a bill to be titled an act to amend Code Section 82106 of the OCGA relating to reporting of accidents relative to elevators, dumbwaiters, escalators, man lifts, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 56 has moved that the Senate agree. Is there objection to his motion? Without objection, I recognize the Senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Department Bill for the Office of the Commissioner of Insurance and Safety Fire. There is one addition, thanks to our good friend, the Senator from the 12th, who needed some specific language she thought was good to have our folks working together in her district and other areas, and it aligns the procedures that the Department of Insurance can investigate fire safety laws and jurisdictions with the Department of Agriculture, Natural Resources, and the Public Safety Department, where they already have original jurisdiction. This will foster better teamwork, make sure that we keep our elevators, our boilers, and all the things safe we need to in our state. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
There are no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Is there any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Senators move that the Senate agree to House substitute SB 417. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the pass of the motion, the yeas are 50, the nays are 5, and this motion has prevailed. Senator from the 14th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, with the dawn of Walker season upon us, I just wanted to ask if it's the chair's opinion that it would be constitutional to move for the final passage of multiple Walker bills at once in one Walker omnibus vote. Is that permissible, Mr. President?
Actually, could you repeat that one time?
Can we just vote on all Walker's bills at once, Mr. President?
No, because it's going to deny us the very Walker.
It would deny the opportunity to hear the senator come to the well numerous times. And
last thing I'll do is just apologize for my continued violation of the Senate rules. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
We're all bad about that, Senator. Senators from the 27th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, can the Senate stand at ease for about 90 seconds so that 7 p.m. on this sunny day of March 28, 24 will be forever known as the Senator Walker Power Hour?
Yes, we will do that if we can get through this local consent calendar real quick. So, Secretary, read the consent calendar.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 1241 do pass, House Bill 1330 do pass, House Bill 1337 do pass, Respectfully submitted, Senator Ginn of the 47th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation that House Bill 1500 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Ginn of the 47th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 19th, did you have something? Was that in the Senator from the 27th? Was that in a form of a motion, right? Just then?
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I ask for unanimous consent that the Senate officially declare 7 p.m. on March 28, 2024, the Senator Larry Walker III Power Hour.
Is there objection? No objection. Let's stand in recess to think that over. All those in favor vote yay. All those opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 27th, what purpose do you rise?
I think it would only be appropriate as this clock winds down to 7:01 and 0 seconds to change my request from yesterday or Tuesday. And as this winds down to the final vote, I say, Mr. President, on behalf of this chamber, give us Larry or give us death.
The hour is getting late. All right. The yeas are 52 and the nays are 2. And this motion passes. All right. Stand at ease, and we're going to take a dinner break, and then we'll be back a little after 7:30. We do have Governor Kemp coming to the chamber to tell us thank you for pulling the House along and getting things done this session, and we'll appreciate him coming over here and addressing the chamber. So take about a 30-40 minute break, and we'll reconvene here in a bit. Thank you.